of this track specifically, by the way?
Oh, we will do that later.
Okay, alrighty. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone had good times at the keynote and beginning of the day for some of us worked out, and let's get going. I would like to talk to you about how you can securely work with your CI/CD pipeline, your continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline, to use SSH. Now, it's not always a thing you need. In fact, in general, it's better if you can avoid doing SSH. If you have your application built on creating and launching containers, maybe you never even need SSH. But it turns out, at least for us, there's always that one-off place here and there where you need machine A to do something to machine B. Maybe that is, pushing content out there. Maybe it's running remote commands. Maybe it's pulling down repositories from different sources than you got from your existing, GitLab, GitHub, whichever system you got, and you need to have keys. So SSH for pushing, for pulling, it's been around so long, it still just kind of lives throughout the ecosystem forever. So in those cases where you have that necessity, how can you do so securely? So I'm going to talk about the goals of this talk and why we built this up. There are lots of ways to use SSH. Most of us have probably seen using SSH keys, and a lot of the documentation out there makes some bad assumptions. In order to make things easy, it says, well, just make a key and don't put a passphrase on it. Everything is easier when there's no passphrase, except security is no longer a thing. So we want to make sure that every key has a passphrase. In fact, if we have a passphrase on it and it's strong enough, we feel comfortable enough putting that key inside the repository itself, or perhaps a deploy repository. You can change that key periodically. So let's say you make a key that has a 50-character long password that's just junk. I feel totally comfortable, knowing that the people who can see that key and try to brute force it can't get that brute force and find the actual passphrase in under, say, a quarter. So you change a key every quarter and you got a long enough passphrase, great. That's one fewer thing you have to worry about. So passphrases on keys, critical. 2, whatever you're doing needs to be able to work from any environment that starts off pretty generic and pristine. So a lot of CI/CD stuff actually build all their stuff inside containers. I'm going to speak with GitLab as the default because that's what we use. There's a free version and a paid version. Free version is really as many of the features you need for most of your work. So I'm going to use that as my example, but I'm not going to be specific around it. So whatever you're doing for this in your pipeline has to be able to work in a pristine container-like environment. 3, we need to not require some human type a passphrase in order to let CI/CD work. If you have to do that, 1, it's great, it's super secure, but you can't have it running at 3 in the morning. That key is going to be reaching out to other systems and doing stuff. We need to make sure that it can only do what it's supposed to do. We don't want it to be able to log in, install a botnet, download porn, whatever it is. Let's restrict it to specific commands. Let's restrict it to only working from specific hosts. So, for example, it can only come from, in the world of GitLab, the runners that are actually running stuff. We want to make sure that when it connects out, that it is actually connecting to the machines it should be connected to. It should not be connecting accidentally to something else because of a man-in-the-middle attack. We need to make sure we're hitting the proper systems. So authentication, authorization, everywhere. And then lastly, and this is one thing we've seen a lot, when you're working your CI/CD pipeline and you've got all the logs scrolling up there, secrets that you have can sneak out. And a lot of the tools out there are really good at wiping them out when it sees the pattern. If it has a variable and it sees the value of it, it wipes it out and pretends so you can't see it. That works great with simple strings. It doesn't typically work with long text, for example, SSH keys. So we want to make sure that those can't be seen. Those will be sanitized out by our tool. So I'm going to use a generic scenario. We've got 3 web servers, web 0, 1, and 2. We want to push some content into a directory, and we want to restart the web server after the upload is done. So web 1, or 0, 1, and 2, push stuff in, restart. I'm going to go a little bit fast on these initial slides because you've probably seen all of this at some point or before. So I've got a website inside my Git directory. I'm going to make a directory inside that Git repository called .ssh tools, I'm going to make a SSH keys directory inside there too. So we're going to generate our key. Probably most people here have seen this. Make a key, use ED25519. There are different types of keys. This is the latest, greatest these days. Give it a comment so it's easy to see the thing when you're looking at it. And we're going to call this thing web syncer. And we're going to give it a really secure password. Put this somewhere else. Put this in 1Password or the pass command in Linux. Like find some other safe place to put this, not just a sticky note. You'll need that later, and you want to make sure you have it. Of course, probably always regenerate it. So this makes a key. Just to prove out, here is the pub key for it. Everything has two keys or two files, a key and a key pub. The key has the encrypted with a passphrase data that is used for authenticating. The pub key is something that's public. It says the public part that allows you to trust this thing in here. So I'm going to be abbreviating these big long strings on many of these pages. So this is the web syncer pub key, ends in 8021X. So now we need to get the web servers to trust this key. So when somebody tries to go into them with SSH, it allows them in. So what I want to do is I want to actually first verify all of the web servers keys for SSH. I want to see their host keys and get them listed in a file so that I know that I'm talking to them and not talking to somebody else. So the program SSH Keyscan allows you to go and hit all these servers, and it uses every single cryptography method that is supported by the server. So this will get the keys for these three things, stick them in a known host file. So we'll see web 000, web 111. This server apparently supports RSA, ED25519, and an ECDSA. So it grabs each one of those host keys, sticks this in a file. We're going to use that later. You need to use whatever name when you're scanning that you're going to be using from the SSH command line. So if you're going to use a fully qualified domain, do that. If you use IP addresses, do that. So now let's go onto those systems and actually trust this key. Again, I'm going a little quickly because you've probably seen most of this before. So let's copy our public key that we generated over there into the temp directory, and let's SSH into there. Next step, we're going to install authprogs. Authprogs is a tool that allows you to have people connect in via SSH, and rather than just willy-nilly trusting your key and running what it says, it lets you verify that it is one of the commands that is allowed to be run. So let's install that. If you're on a recent Debian, you can apt install it. Otherwise, you can get it from pip. Okay, so we're here on web 00. We'll do the same on 1 and 2. So we've got that. We'll jump into the web user. I'm assuming that the web content is running under a user called web user. We will use authprogs to install the key. So that key we threw in /temp. So install that key. We're going to give it a name of websync. We're going to use this later on. So we're going to call this the web key. And we're going to make a log file just so every time somebody SSHs in with this key, or any key for that matter, it's logging what's happening. So this will actually create and or append to your authorized key file what is necessary to force this key, when used, to run through authprogs. So you'll see, and pretend that this is on one big long line, you'll see that there is a key here, ED25519, with that same string, blah, 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 8021X, with the comment web syncer. This is the key here at the very bottom line, but there is a command equals at the beginning of it saying that when this key is used, force this program to run. And the program is authprogs. And it's going to say, I'm authprogs, and this is the WebAssync key. So using authprogs, which Brian Lane has just dropped into the chat in case you want to go look separately. Authprogs has a directory where it reads a bunch of YAML files, and those are the configuration that determines if you're allowed to run something or not. So we're going to restrict this down to being usable only with the websync key and only from the IP addresses of the, in this case, GitLab runners, the CI/CD pipeline machines. So let's say that those machines are 192.168.0.10 and .0.15. Anybody trying to use this key from anywhere else is going to be dropped out. They're not going to be able to even use it. And we're going to say that this key can only be used when it's for the web sync, and these are the commands we're allowed to run. So they're allowed to run sudo service nginx restart. Remember we said they need to restart the web server for some reason. We're going to let them run the hostname command. We do that in just because it's fun. And so these are explicit commands that you say, literally the command has to match that character for character. Authprogs also has some special capabilities for for SCP and for rsync. So you don't have to do the complete rsync server-side command line. Instead, you can use these key value pairs in YAML. It makes it a little easier. So we're going to say for rsync, allow upload true, so they can upload, which means it can't download anything. Allow recursive, so SSH or rsync -a, and allow archive. That allows all those other things, -l, -o, -p. There are a bunch of different features that go in, -a in rsync. So it's allowed to set the permissions, set the time, set the owner, things like that. And it's restricted to doing these things in the srv/web/htdocs directory. So this thing, if it came from a different IP, is denied. If it's not using that key, is denied. If it tries to read files from a different read at all, won't work. If it tries to write to any directory other than SRV web docs, it won't be able to. We now have each of the servers capable of really being tailored about what can be run from remote using this key. Okay, so backing up, we're going to go back into our CI/CD environment. What are we going to do from that side? So we've got the SSH tools directory. We have made the SSH known host file, which has the host keys for each one of them. We've got our two key files, the key and then the public key. We've got two other files we're going to be looking at in just a moment. We're going to have an SSH wrapper that we're going to use instead of the real SSH. And then we're going to have an SSH load script that's actually going to load the keys into memory inside the CI/CD environment so that the keys are available. So first of all, where do we put that really secure password? We had a key, we have a passphrase. Most tools, and I apologize, this is the first time I have to use a screenshot. Most tools out there have some way of giving you environment variables for what you're running. So in this case, again, I'm using GitLab as my example. I have a variable called websyncer, which is the name of the key, _ passphrase. And I put the passphrase for that key here. You also can have a lot of flexibility depending on your tool. For example, this one will only ever be set in a protected environment. You can define which branches are protected. You can say that it's masked, which means when all of your debug output is going from your screen, if it sees that string, it will put a bunch of X's on there. So people can't go and see what the passphrase was. You can say it only works in certain environments. So I've got a production environment, a stage environment. So this one will never come down whenever I'm trying to hit the stage. The nice thing about that, if you've got a bunch of these knobs, is you can actually have different keys on disk that are able to talk to different servers, use the same passphrase variable name, give them separate passphrases. And so when your production one comes up, it's only able to use the production key, the stage one can only use the stage key, and the stage key can only be used to hit the stage servers. So you have a lot of granularity here. So here's the ugly, nasty, tricky part. SSH keys sitting on disk, when they have a passphrase, if you say SSH space machine name or SSH space -i space key, to pick a specific key, space key name, we'll happily say, great, dear human, type the passphrase. And we don't have a human here. The tried and true solution for that is to run what's called an SSH agent. An SSH agent is a daemon that runs inside your environment. You load the keys into it, and as you load the keys, you have to give it the passphrase. So we're going to load the keys into the agent, and we're going to tell later on, every time we use SSH, talk to that agent. It will do all the math for you. It'll do all the crypto. So I'm going to skip this page for a second. This is the important part of our load script. This load script is going to run early on as part of our CI/CD container. So we're going to say start an agent. So -a means where you want to put the socket. The agent runs with a Unix domain socket. And so it's going to actually put this on a known path. This could be anything. This is the one I chose here. So start an agent, figure out what all the random environment variables are, put those in the environment of this. And now we're going to jump into the SSH keys directory, which is where all of our keys lived. So for each one of the keys that's in there, remember the one we have, I think was called websync. If it's actually a pub key, then just move on. Otherwise, we're going to give the name of the file, so websync underscore passphrase in big caps. We're going to grab the value of that variable, which came from the environment, which was set by our CI/CD pipeline. We're going to make sure the file is 600 because otherwise SSH hates you. And we're going to SSH add that key. Now here's where the tricky part comes in. Normally you say SSH add key name. You've got the environment, it knows where the agent is, and it asks you to type a passphrase. What you can do is you can kind of cheat it in order to talking to itself. We're going to pretend, for the purpose of SSH add, that we have a ask pass program. Normally SSH just talks to your screen, or talk to your keyboard. Ask pass programs can like pop up on your screen in the middle of it, say, hey, type your passphrase. So the ask passphrase commands are great in an X11 environment, for example. Here we don't have one and we don't want a human. So we tell it that SSH add, when you're ready for a passphrase, please run this other program. This other program being me. And we're going to send me the standard input of the passphrase. This is making sure we never have this passphrase in environment variables, never have this passphrase inside or new environment variables, or inside PS anywhere. So SSH add is going to call itself again, and the way the SSH add protocol works, it has additional command line options. So at the very beginning of our script, I went back a couple pages. If there are any command line options, I must be looking like an ask pass script. It reads the variable from itself, and it echoes it out to itself, thus getting it to the SSH add. So this is the kind of convoluted but reliable way of getting SSH to not actually ask a human on the keyboard. SSH is really, really anal retentive. It does not want to give this data out to anybody that it shouldn't. And that makes, automating it a little hard sometimes. So now we have an agent running in our container. It's got the passphrases it needs. When you want to do SSH, you need to use a wrapper, or you can manually do it, to make sure that it's talking to the agent we have. So this wrapper, which are called SSH, sets the authentication sock to that same place that our agent is listening. And when we run SSH, we run from the actual user bin. All of these options are to be as anal retentive and secure as we can. So set batch mode, which means it's never going to ask for passphrase because it can't, there's nobody there. Do use strict host key checking because we got all the keys ahead of time, so we can know if somebody's a man in the middle. For the global known host file, use that file that we just wrote, and don't get anything from a user known host file. So this makes sure that nothing else inside the system could accidentally have, learned a key that it shouldn't have. And at the end, we just run the rest of the commands. So here is our sample push script. We're nearing the very end, guys. Our push is going to essentially just be a wrapper around doing a bunch of rsyncs. So for host in web 0, web 1, web 2, rsync stuff out. Rsync takes a command -e to point to the SSH script you want. So we're going to point to the SSH script that we wrote, the wrapper here. And so that lives inside the SSH tools directory. This CI project dir is a GitLab variable saying where the top of your project is. Every CI/CD has some sort of variable to know where the top of your stuff is. So this is the top of our repository. So it's going to use that SSH instead of using whatever SSH it finds. Alternatively, if you wanted, you could actually put the SSH tools directory in the beginning of your path, and then every single script would automatically use it. But that's a choice you can make. So rsync our files out there. And then when we're done, we're going to SSH out to the machine and run sudo service nginx restart. I'm presuming that your machine is allowing this user to do unrestricted sudo, doing sudoers with no password outside the scope of this talk. The very last thing we need is how did we make sure that the things ran in the right order? Before that push ran, how did we make sure we loaded the keys? For the way GitLab does it, it's got a YAML file that defines each one of the stages, and it has a list of scripts that it can do. So we pre-pended before that push, we put in run the SSH load, which went to all the work of going on SSH, loading the keys in the agent. Now the agent is available. Now all our push and following the scripts can go and clean up. You could have an SSH unload after this push if you wanted to get rid of them because things after weren't allowed to see them. That is how we do it. And the reason we do that is, again, to be as anal retentive as possible, avoid having passphrases available so somebody accidentally expose them via running bash -x. We like to make sure that our machines are hitting the machines that they should, and only the machines they should, and only for what they should do. So that's what we came up with. It is not the only solution out there, but it's the one that we find is as secure as we can make it. So now we enter QA.
Hooray. Thank you very much, Bri. I think that maybe Kevin is typing a question. Wait for a sec. That was really good. Thank you very much for speaking. And yeah, if anybody has any questions, please go to the matrix room for this talk. It is labeled Friday 10:10 SSH from your DevOps CI/CD securely. And I'll take a moment to thank our sponsor for this track, who is Schedules Direct. Schedules Direct is a gold sponsor this year, and they sponsored this track. Please go pop into their room and say hello.
While we're waiting for some QA, I will say I work at Extra Hop Networks, and we are hiring, including several positions in my team. So if you are a developer and you want to join us,
what's a good way for someone to reach out to you about a job?
I would say there are multiple ways. You can go to our website, www.extrahop.com/jobs. SeaGL also has a career room where I and other companies are. So if you want to go jump out there and talk to us and other folks, that's another way to get into touch.
Awesome.
Kevin says, it's funny that this is Bri's talk today. He is on my team at Extra Hop, which he is, and uses authprogs to do some great magic, but his cron task is broken right now. He mistyped something, and authprogs is sure denying my access. So I think what he's saying is authprogs is working, and it's really critical to make sure that the server side that is vetting what commands you run matches with the command that you want to run. That is obviously one of the most important things. I can go back here and pull that up again so we can see what that was. When you're doing simple, straightforward commands, whoops, this is going to go forward. My apologies. When you do commands, they do have to match character for character in this mode. There's also a pcre version if you want to do regular expressions. For example, you want to say sudo service star restart. You'd be allowed to do that in authprogs. If you move something around, it's in a different path. If sudo moves somewhere you weren't expecting, whatever it is, you have to make sure that it matches either character per character or using regular expression match. The rule types are usually a little bit easier to work with when they exist, but again, that's only rsync and RCP because they allow you to define the characteristics of the commands that are allowed, as opposed to worrying about specifically which characters in which order. Rsync historically, like when you say rsync space -a, converts that on the server side to rsync -logptr, but it could be the R and the T are flipped, right? And so because of that, you'd have to list potentially every different command version. If you had -v, maybe that's okay. But suddenly the command is different. You have to have a different version of each line if you're using command lines for V, 2 Vs, 3 Vs, 4 Vs, which is why I wrote the rsync support for it directly. You can have an infinite amount of verbosity, and it doesn't care. Nano Cluster is also joining the room and typing.
Yes. And we, I think, have time for one more question. And then any other questions for Bri, you can put in the chat, and I'm sure he will answer them. Oh, here we go. Nano Cluster asks, would it be possible to use a solution like HashiCorp Vault here to retrieve the SSH key passphrase from your pipeline? We were actually talking about that before you started talking here.
The answer is absolutely. Here's the most important thing. At some point in your CI/CD container, you have some secret that gets you access to other secrets. For the one we did here, there's an environment variable that gave you access to the SSH key. you are happy to use any tool you want, but there's going to be some secret somewhere that gets you access to another thing. Now, depending on what you have, like if you're doing HashiCorp Vault, there's probably a HashiCorp Vault secret that is somewhere in your environment. But yeah, anything you can do to get that and keep it as secure as possible, the better off you are. Things like Vault can be nice because they can give you short-lived keys to be able to get access to things. If you're in an AWS environment, you might be able to grant your EC2 instance access to something from more of an IAM perspective, which can be a way of getting around having secrets. But there's usually some sort of secret or some sort of trust between you and some other piece of your infrastructure that gets you access to those things. And you need to make sure that they are secure, they are rotated as frequently as necessary, and they can't, if possible, leak out inside the debug output of your pipeline, because you don't want that showing up for somebody who should not be able to see it. Yeah, HashiCorp Vault is a really nice tool.
All right. Yeah, if you have any other questions for Bri, please ask them in the chat. And I think that we will sign off. Thank you very much, Bri. is Molly DeBlanc. She studies bioethics at NYU, and she's been creating open source software since 2008. And today she is going to be talking about predictive modeling and privacy. Please take it away, Molly.
Cool. I just started my timer. Hi, I'm Molly DeBlanc. I can't see you, so I'm going to imagine that you're laughing at all my jokes and that this is working out. Mice, I'm really sorry. There are a lot of mice. So who am I? I picked this picture because the cat looks like my cat. And while I do not ride around on his head, he likes to try to bite my head when I'm trying to sleep. So it's like similar. Currently, I am talking to my cat. It helps with the speaking part. So who am I? What do I do? I've been in and around free and open source software for a while now. I don't make software. And what I do is I make communities, I make policies, and I support the kind of work that's happening. I have been at a number of organizations. I've done all sorts of things. I've been a community manager for the Open edX project. I did nonprofit cool things at the GNU Foundation. I've done some other stuff. I'm involved with the Debian project. And in doing all this work, something that came out of thinking about free software and the ideology behind it and the principles, and in general, the ways people interact with technology, and thinking about this for more than a decade. Eventually, I worked with Karen Sandler, and we together wrote the Declaration of Digital Autonomy, which talks about how we think people and technology should be interacting and what we think our rights are with respect to technology. And in working on this, at some point, I came across this question of well, I'm having some trouble articulating consent and why consent is important in the ways we interact with consent. So I decided to become an ethicist. And I'm hopefully towards the end of grad school right now. And I think a lot about these kinds of issues. So I'm going to talk about one with you right now. When you write a philosophy paper, the first thing you do is you explain what your terms mean. And so the first thing I want to explain is what privacy means. Privacy is an interesting thing to talk about because we all have this idea of what I'm saying when I say privacy is important, but we don't have a consistent definition across people. So for the sake of this conversation, I thought about this a lot, and how what I wanted us to be working with when we talked about it. And I think about privacy as the right or the thing that allows us to limit how we are presenting ourselves and our internal states and our experiences and our bodies and everything else about us to the world. So privacy is this right to limit what those things are, to choose what they are, to give them to people. That's what we're going to say. Next slide. Real quick, there are many types of privacy. Actually, we'll be talking about that a little bit more later. But I think one that's relevant to a lot of these discussions that we have, especially around technology, is this idea of information privacy, which is privacy relating to all the information, all the data, the knowledge that exists about us as people, the things we generate and the things that we can use. And in some ways, I think that data creates this image of who we are and defines what we are. So why should you care about privacy? Frequently, when people talk about privacy, at least in my experience, especially in the tech world, they talk about dissidents, they talk about safety, they talk about queer youth who are in unwelcoming spaces where it's dangerous for them to be queer. We talk about journalists who are doing dangerous work. We don't talk a lot about normal people. We have this thing where we say people are oh, well, if I have nothing to hide, why should I care about privacy? And the answer is you should still care about privacy. You do have something to hide, and whether the thing you have to hide is that you're a Red Sox fan and you live in New York City, or like you're having an affair, like you have something to hide. But that's actually not why you should care about privacy. One of the main reasons I think you should care about privacy is autonomy, right? Autonomy is one dramatic way to describe autonomy is that it's your right to control your own destiny. Now, you might say, no one can really control their own destiny. There's so much luck in it. There's so much chance. So another way to think about autonomy is more in the context of like the self. Ronald Dworkin, this is the first time I saw this idea, is that there's like a prophylactic membrane, a protective membrane around our bodies, and that everything that exists inside of that membrane is something only we have control over, and something that no one else has control over. Another quote, I'm going to misquote around this, is your right to swing your fist stops at my nose. Again, that's the idea that there's this sense of self and there's the sense of space that I exist in that you're not allowed in. So autonomy is one way that privacy is important. Autonomy is like what we are choosing to share, right? I think one of the really beautiful things about privacy is it allows us to build intimacies by choosing to share, by choosing to build relationships, by like choosing who we are giving things to. There's also dignity, right? So like, not that I am pregnant, but many pregnant women, when they sneeze, they pee. They might not want other people to know that that happens to them. So that's like a point of dignity because it's something we like look down on. So privacy helps us protect our dignity. It also has impact, right? So our privacy affects who is able to interact with us and how they're able to interact with us. And that also means that our privacy creates this impact on like how other people interpret who we are and how other people understand who we are. So if, for example, you have a very serious mental health issue, you want to maintain that privacy so that other people aren't treating you in a way that you're uncomfortable with by knowing that thing about you. Okay, so what's predictive modeling? I love this picture. That's why I laugh a little bit whenever I see it. Predictive modeling, when I talk about it, I'm specifically referring to the ways that technology is used to make assumptions about who we are and how we act. So this can be, so there's a story that I think is apocryphal. I did some research into it about Target, the company, the store, predicting that knowing that someone was pregnant before they knew they were pregnant, or knowing that someone was pregnant before they had told their family that they were pregnant and their family found out. So predictive modeling is anticipating, knowing, assuming, or creating knowledge about people that is otherwise not known, that is otherwise secretive, that is something a person may not know themselves, or that is just something that they're not choosing to share, even if it's not like explicitly a secret. So this could include things like pregnancy, but it could also include things like your shopping habits, right? So one part of predictive modeling is like what you definitely do. And another part of it is the predictive aspect. It's this anticipation of what you'll be doing or what's going on with you that you might not be sharing. So it could be like, oh, this person buys beer most Wednesdays at 5 p.m. It's Wednesday, it's 5 p.m. They're probably buying a beer. Predictive modeling is used in a lot of like companies use predictive modeling, right? So Facebook, for example, uses it to try to make assumptions about what you will purchase. what kind of advertising that they show you is most likely to lead through click-throughs. Twitter has this prediction over like, you have the option of like seeing some set of tweets that are most likely to be appealing to you. So there are these different kinds of predictive modeling that attempt to understand who we are, what our behaviors are, and also what our internal states are. And I think at the last one, that is perhaps the most important one to talk about, because our internal states really are those things that are by their very nature private, like they're inherently private. They're things that only become external when we choose to share them. So why are computers different? Because computers are, when I say computers are different, what I mean is like I have predictive models of everyone I know in my head. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. I buy coffee for two of my best friends pretty frequently, two of my close friends, and they always get the same thing. So like if I was just going to get them coffee, I would get them what they always order, and it would probably be the right choice. But there's something that feels different when a computer is the thing making these predictions, when the computer is the thing doing this kind of stuff. And it reminds me of when I was in middle school and Napster was like a big deal. And one of my teachers said, Napster is terrible. It's just wrong. When I was a kid, yeah, we shared music, but we were making copies on tapes for one another and sharing them like with our friends. It was only a few people. It wasn't this like thousands of people getting a song file, like stealing a song file. I think they use the term stealing. Obviously, this is very formative to me. So there's something that feels different when a computer is building a predictive model than when I'm building a predictive model or you're building a predictive model. I have some thoughts on this. I think one of them is intentionality, that they're doing it in like a computer. It is doing it intentionally. The people who are designing the programs, the software, the algorithms that work on this, they're doing it not just with intention to like understand who you are, but they're doing it with a motive, right? And their motives are things like, I want to sell you stuff. There are arguably good motives, right? So like we could use predictive modeling to understand someone's mood and then to modify environments to better suit their moods, to help them. And that actually sounds pretty great. But that's still like, there's this anyway. So I think a lot of the motivational aspects of this are like insidious motivations, and are things that we like don't want. Another thing I think about it is scale, similar to what my teacher said, which is just like, there's two parts to scale here. Scale is like the number of people being analyzed, which is like every user in Facebook. The scale is the amount of data being examined. So we examine data that like people purchase data too. So, when you have a company like Google, I think Google was trying to buy Fitbit or bought Fitbit. But the idea, like they have your email data and they have your social data and they have this other data, and now they have like certain types of health data, and being able to cross-reference those points of data is like on like a massive scale. And to be able to intentionally, not just intentionally, but to like go out and acquire like very disparate types of data that you might not choose to give one person access to all of it. Like, I think that's a little scary. There's also the scale of the kinds of intuitions that they're able to make or that they try to make, right? So, that comes back to like shopping habits, personal habits, things about you, building social networks based on the metadata of your emails and your text messages to see who you're talking to. So those are some ways that I think computers are a little bit different than people doing this on their own. So kind of like all those reasons are why we should care about predictive modeling. I think predictive modeling is scary because, if for no other reason, it is this like very intense violation of our privacy. It gets at things about us that are things we might want to control, but things that are very intimate, right? Things that are like very inherently about ourselves. And I think by creating a predictive model of someone, or even just a particular aspect of them, not only are you like doing something that I think is in general impermissible. You're doing this particular type of violation. You're doing this particular type of like moving into their personal space, but doing so really without their full consent or understanding in most cases. And I think that's creepy and scary and a little sad. So it violates our privacy, and that's a bad thing. How did I create that slide twice? I forget what the slide was supposed to say, but it was great. So what can we do about this? I think that's a really good question and kind of an important thing to talk about. So I think one of the most important things that we can do when addressing privacy and thinking about privacy is talking to other people about it. I was recently talking with a friend of a friend, and they were explaining how they think national security issues and security issues in general, not just national ones, but security issues in general, warrant a government violation of privacy because they had nothing to hide. So you can talk with people about what kinds of things they have to hide that might not be so obvious. You can share with people things that you understand about their things that you understand about these interactions between privacy and the world around us. And whether you want to talk about these like beautiful intimacies or this practical thing, it's up to you, but you have these options. One of the biggest things I think people can do, especially as technologists, is bring their own ideologies and understandings of issues like privacy and the risks that things like modeling pose to privacy to the places they work, to the work that they're doing. They can choose to use different kinds of licenses to make sure that even if people are doing predictive modeling, we understand the kind of modeling they're doing and how that works. We have options to even perhaps definitely more importantly, to refuse to participate in work that violates people's privacy. And that's dangerous to the self and dangerous to others. So those are some things I think we can do. And if you have other ideas, we can talk more because I am out of time. So privacy is a beautiful thing. I think it's amazing. I think it's really incredible that we can choose to share ourselves with others, that we can build relationships and build connections by giving and exchanging these things that we otherwise hide. So that's it. That's my Twitter. That's my Mastodon. That's a picture by Beatrix Potter. Everything else is Creative Commons licensed. And that's what I got. So thank you. Let me find the right tab. There you go.
Thank you very much, Molly. I think we have someone typing a question, which is great. Yeah. Oh yeah. We got several people.
Great.
First one is just clap emojis.
Yay.
I appreciate. While we're waiting for questions, I will take a little bit of time to thank our sponsor for this track. This track is sponsored by Schedules Direct. They're a gold sponsor this year. Please go hang out with them in their Matrix room when you get a chance. We appreciate them. And you got a whole bunch more emojis for clapping and star eyes, and you got them all.
I do feel like a star now, even though I can't see you. I mean, like anyone, including you, Josh. It's really weird talking to a picture of yourself.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
If you're somebody who works in software, what are some things that you think just like a normal person, like a developer, can do to help look out for these issues?
Okay, so I think that in many places, developers have a lot of power. Hiring a developer is a super expensive process that takes a long time. Finding the right people is difficult. I think developers have more leeway than they give themselves credit for in their companies. That being said, I think it's like, I think you have the ability to say in a meeting when someone's proposing something like, I don't think this is a good idea, and here's why. I think you can talk with your colleagues, whether they're like whether they're your normal coworkers or their managers, privately, about these kinds of concerns you have. You can, a lot of companies have programs where they can like bring in speakers or bring in people to like run workshops, and getting someone to come and talk about why like privacy issues are important and valuable is a great thing. I think there's this movement to unionize tech workers. I think that's really powerful, and that unions create an opportunity for us to bring more ethics into our work and for people to feel more secure in bringing ethics into their work.
Cool, thank you. They of High Shirts, I think that's the username. They ask, do you think there are additional dangers with predictive modeling and the large amount of data collected and or the ease in which even anonymized data can be de-anonymized for prediction?
Yes. That last one's a really interesting point that I hadn't actually thought about before. That like, I mean, I kind of have in some ways, that like having more data about even an anonymous person allows you to create some greater likelihood that you'll be able to figure out who they are. And this is like true in a lot of ways, actually. And I'm pretty sure happens. So that's a good one. Yeah, I think that's a really scary prospect. And I think it's totally more likely that by having just much more access to information, you're able to make different kinds of predictions, much more intense predictions, and like much scarier predictions. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Someone also asked how they can find you on Mastodon, but I think that this link is posted. Yeah, I think that's you.
MDB, Molly DeBlanc at kith.kitchen. I haven't posted in a bit, but I think some things I made are on there.
Okay, I think we have time for one or two more questions, if anyone has any. There are some folks typing.
Cool. You can also ping me on the various places if you have questions and we don't get to them. Twitter will work for that. If you DM me, there's like a 50% chance I'll see it.
Tra asks, do you anticipate blockchain being a tool for anonymity, control of oneself online?
Okay, I don't like blockchain. I said that way louder than I intended. Sorry. I think blockchain is a very dangerous technology when it comes to its environmental impact. And because of that, I'm not really interested in engaging in conversations about the potential benefits it can cause, because I think on a global scale, the negative impacts of blockchain are much greater.
Okay. We have one more person typing. We'll wait for them to get it in.
I'll take this moment to say that while I work in free software, I think that environmental justice is perhaps the most important, if not the most important issue that we're facing today. And it's something we should think about in all aspects of our work and the decisions we make, whether that's, sorry, this is like a soapbox that I did not tell SeaGL I was going to get on, so I will get off of it right now.
I mean, this is your talk. You can talk about what you want to talk about.
I want to be respectful.
All right. I think that we're just about out of questions. If anyone else has questions for Molly, please post it in the chat, and I'm sure Molly will follow up with you. Thank you so much for speaking. And yeah, this is the end of this talk. Have a pleasant day, everybody.
Take care.
All right. Thank you. Welcome to SeaGL. Hope you all are enjoying the conference thus far today. We've got lots of good stuff for you today and tomorrow. We have a career expo going on all day today. If you'd like help with resume reviews and things like that, come on by that channel. And then also, since we're talking Nextcloud, the next 2 hours we have Nextcloud presentations. They put 3 of us together. So check that out. I think they're all in the same room. I don't remember. So anyway, as Josh said, I'm Hans. So I've done lots of things in technology and free software in general. And one of the things I've done has been experimenting with Nextcloud. And I'm really enjoying that as a way of controlling access to my documents, to my data, and some of the cool features that it has. I've only touched a small subset of what it can do. And so I'm definitely not going to go over everything it can do today. I couldn't do that in an hour. I definitely can't do it in 30 minutes, even if I did know. Now I'm the CDE manager over at Object Rocket, taking care of our support team. And yes, I'm hiring. So if you know databases or interested in databases, please come see me again in the Career Expo. All right. So what is Nextcloud? It's a multi-featured service. So you've got lots of things that it can do where you can control and store your own data, such as photos, like off of your phone, file sharing, address book, shared document editing, password management, web forms, federation, so talking between different instances and different tools. So it does have activity pubs, so it can interact with Mastodon, for instance. It's not in great shape for that, but it is there. And I did bring enough Mastodons to share today, but it'll be a little bit difficult for me to toss those out in the audience. All right. And it does a lot more. So let's start off with where you come in when you get an account with Nextcloud. They've added a dashboard a couple of versions ago, so within the last 6 or 18 months. Brings you in, gives you something pretty to look at, and shows different things. As you can see here, I haven't even set up on this account mail or events, so there's nothing there, but you can set up those as well. And then it gives you recommended files, so things that you've got in your file share. This is a demo account, so the only files in the file share are the default pictures that they've got. So some ways that I use it for phone backups. I do not back up off of my phone onto proprietary cloud. I back up my photos to Nextcloud. And then I also do sync with that, so I can sync from Nextcloud back to the phone. So if I want to see pictures off of Nextcloud, and I can also sync to my desktop. So I'm getting multiple copies of things that way as well. And of course, I can sync to multiple desktops and so forth. So here's an example of the interface for images or for photos. Again, it's just the default photos that came with it. But I can also, as it said, set it up to where it'll do automatic upload of photos from my phone. And it can fairly easily store thousands and thousands of photos because I've been proving that, and videos. So file sharing. So I can send links to other people. We're using that today for the Career Expo. So I'm sharing data with the career counselors that we're keeping protected, that only us can see. We're using a password for that to protect access. But I can also send links. So I've also, for the resume uploads, I set up a file drop using my Nextcloud instance. So somebody can go to that. The only thing they can do at that URL is add a file. So they can't go through and look at other files. They can't change anything. All they can do is say, here's this file I want to add to it. So we can then get their resume without having to post it publicly. We can also do expiration. So I can go through and make sure that file or that link expires, which I forgot to do. So I'll need to do that later today because I don't need to keep taking uploads forever, right? So I can go through and set that up to where it'll automatically expire for me. And I don't have to worry about, it just being sitting there for people to keep putting data up there. And that's an upload only. I already covered that with being the file drop. There are other options. Those are the ones I'm using today. So Nextcloud Files, it's a file browser. go through and you can you can put different files in. You can create directories. You can do different types of files. So here we see PDFs and MP4. I'll also cover a couple other file types that we can do. I mean, you can store a file, but then it has some handlers to help with certain file types, and I'll get to those in a bit. I mentioned the file sharing options, and so here I can allow when I give access to a file where they just get a URL, they can use the URL to get access to the file. I can allow editing, so if I want to do shared editing, I can make that file available for people to use that way. As I said, I can password protect it. I can set an expiration date, and different options. And by the way, I forgot to mention, I can also set multiple links for the same file. So I can set up a read-only link that, like for instance, for the career information that we've got up, right? If I were using Nextcloud to share that information publicly, I could go through and post a read-only link, but then for the career counselors, give a read-write link so they could go through and make changes if they need to, and like if we were putting their available time on there or something like that. Now, phone syncing. Phone syncing does have some gotchas. I think every service does a little bit, but we've got some things in there. One thing is the way you do that is called instant upload, which was not obvious to me, and it took me a while to figure out what it was doing and determine the behaviors. But basically, you go into settings and you set instant upload for where you want photos or want files to be synced from. So if you choose your camera directory, it'll sync the photos that you take. But you could really do that for any file. So if you for instance, if you use your phone to download podcasts, you could set it up to where it'll instant upload your podcast main directory. So any podcast episodes that you sync on your pull down on your phone would also get automatically moved up to your Nextcloud instance. You can also set it up to watch the directory where you get files from your text messages and from your instant messengers or whatever else you use. That might be in different places on your phone. I recommend, especially for photos, to set it up to where it'll automatically file them by year and month. Otherwise, you end up with 10,000 photos in the same directory. Well, actually, I do that every month anyway. So you end up with tens of thousands of photos in a single directory. And then there's an option that says move to Nextcloud, and I wasn't certain what that was doing. And what that's doing is it's tracking where the Nextcloud app is syncing those photos back from Nextcloud onto your phone. So when it syncs a file up, it'll automatically move it within the tree on your Nextcloud app. So no longer shows up in your pictures directory; it'll show up in your Nextcloud directory. But that's a way of knowing that you've gotten a successful upload. You could also tell it to just delete it once it's got a successful upload. How you want to do that? And then on the Nextcloud app, you can go in and say delete. Like let's say I want to delete last month's photos so they're no longer taking up space on my phone. I can do that, but I can say delete local only. So it'll delete it from the phone, but it won't delete it from my central Nextcloud instance. So I'm now saving space on my phone, but I still have copies of the pictures. You can also sync your address book and get it to do that. It'll basically do that with a cron and sync every night or however often you're telling it to do that. There are ways of syncing notes. There's a shopping list. I haven't used the sync on that. I actually use the Nextcloud shopping list on the phone, but I haven't used it to sync back up. You can do that. You can sync passwords with the password application that they've got. And you can also sync phone location. So if you want to know, especially if you've got a problem where, shall we say, phones wander off in your life without your permission, you can set it up towards syncing the location, but you're saving it to a place where you control the data. It's not going to some proprietary cloud. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to your house. You could be hosting Nextcloud somewhere. That's what I do. So it's still going to somebody else's computers, but it's going to somebody else's computer where I have a contract with them and where theoretically I'm the one that has access to that data. Shared document editing. Nextcloud has a couple of different mechanisms for that. I'm using Collabora Online. So basically, Collabora Online is a web service that provides access to Office, basically a web-based Office suite, and then you've got a pass through from Nextcloud so that it'll automatically open up document files and spreadsheet files and so forth inside of Collabora, and you can again use that for shared editing. So I can give multiple people access to a spreadsheet, and then we can all edit the spreadsheet and document and so forth. And so it's an online Office suite like we're used to at this point. And one of the other places that it has a pass through is with Moodle. If you happen to use Moodle for any of the classes that you're taking, or of a school that's using Moodle, you can then use Nextcloud to pass through back and forth with that as well. Nextcloud web forms. These are a new features. It's something that's been around for about 12 or 18 months or something like that. If I remember correctly, it kind of got to useful right before SeaGL last year. It is still rudimentary. You can do long form questions. You can do multiple choice and so forth. But it doesn't automatically throw it into a spreadsheet for you. You can tell it to save to a CSV. I've been experimenting with that today for the Career Expo. But every time I get a new entry, if I want to save that out to the CSV, I have to go save it again. So it doesn't have some of the convenience features that the well-known heavy hitter in the field has. But it's working well. And I'm keeping that data to our Nextcloud instance. So people who are submitting that career request with us are not having to share that to a proprietary cloud. So again, we have limited access, and I can go through and delete that data afterwards and things like that. Make sure that we have a little bit more control over where that personal information might be going. Video chat. I haven't really used this. Nextcloud Talk. It's using WebRTC, so similar to what Big Blue Button and Jitsi are using. So you use a web interface for it. They also have their own client, so you can use it on a phone or you can use it via web browser, and it'll host up to a few people at a time. They expanded that recently, but I haven't paid attention to what they were doing. So that is an option. One of the cool things that they do with that is a video confirmation. So if you want to share information with somebody, instead of just sharing the link, you can require video confirmation before somebody can get the link. So basically, it brings up Nextcloud Talk, so you can look at the other person and verify it's the person you want to share it with, right? So you can do a little bit more authentication before they get access to that data. I haven't used that, but when Nextcloud first announced that a few years ago, I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. But I mostly share data with myself, so I can look in the mirror for that video confirmation. Privacy compliance. I'm not. This is not a legal presentation. Do not take legal advice from a random stranger on the internet, or non-stranger on the internet if we know each other. But they do talk about the fact that Nextcloud has GDPR compliance, CCPA for those that need to care about California compliance, and also HIPAA compliance for medical information in the U.S. See the Nextcloud site for information about that. Talk to your own privacy, advocates and lawyers and so forth about what your needs are and whether Nextcloud meets it. But you can also then take a business contract with Nextcloud in regards to these as well. So your data, your cloud. This is a image from Pepper and Carrot. So thank you for David for that. So I talk about Nextcloud as in we can control, those of us using can control where our data is. Now, as I say, if I'm hosting it with another company, then I might not be, I'm not completely control that data. That's still somebody else's computers. But I have a contract with them, and I have a little bit more control over who has access to the data and where it might be going than I would with you are the product of cloud service, right? And I can also host it myself. So I can have a computer that I run, whether that be remote VM in a data center that I'm getting from a provider, or I'm running it in my house or in somebody's closet somewhere. But I can have as much control over that as I'm willing to put the effort into having. So one of the things that Nextcloud tracks, and this again gets to privacy a little bit, is the activity that you're putting in Nextcloud. I presume there are ways to turn some of this off, but it's tracking what it is that you've been doing in your Nextcloud instance. I'm hoping I didn't have anything that was important in here, right? But it's also a way for you to audit what's going on. And if you think you've been compromised, you can come in here and look and see what's going on. Or if you're like, I did this thing a couple weeks ago, but I don't remember what it was, you might be able to find it in your history. So running, as I said, you can run your own, host your own. I first set up Nextcloud on a Raspberry Pi. It was fairly easy to set up and fairly easy to run. I didn't have a lot of space, so I ran into a problem that way. But other than that, it was working perfectly fine. I set it on a Raspberry Pi within my house, only available on the internal network. So I was certain that it was not getting access from outside, and it worked quite nicely for me. But I got to where I wanted to be able to share data with other people without having to open up some extra holes in my firewall. So you can use somebody else's computer. I'll mention I've got a thing at the end for the hosting provider I'm using, but there are quite a few providers that will provide Nextcloud instances for you. And of course, you can get a VM somewhere and run it yourself within that data center. And then enterprise. And this is where you can actually get services directly from Nextcloud. There are other companies as well that are offering Nextcloud enterprise support. But that is one of the primary ways they have of making money. So you can go with that. I'm going to talk about a couple of apps real quick. So one of the pieces they have is project management. So you can do Kanban style project management. I've just had a demo, couple of cards that I set up so you can see what it is. It is not greatly, very complex the way that they have it, but it works fairly well. We actually used this last year for SeaGL for some of the things that we were tracking for our promotions and so forth. Within Nextcloud, I can also bring up a task list. One of the things in the task list is you can see your projects that are in Deck, which is the project management tool. So you can also see them this way if seeing it as a task list works better for you. And then my earlier presentation today was about JQ, which is going through and parsing JSON objects or documents. And I finally, this week went and researched how to get to some of the Nextcloud API. And this is the first 3 lines of the first box is just setting up. So I have a shorter command for the example. All it's doing is setting up some aliases and variables to give me a shorter command. So I could use ncdeck-get as the command instead of all that other stuff. I'm piping that into JQ and I'm saying, show me the cards, which are the different fields within the different verticals in Deck. And then I want to see the title and description the query is giving me the to-do stuff. The cards are the different items within that. And then I'm telling JQ to show me the title and description for those. This is cool. This is going to completely change how I use Deck because I will be writing shell scripts to do a bunch of this stuff for me. Now, how does Nextcloud stay free? It is HEPL v3, so it is licensed to stay free. Frank Karliczek and the other founders of Nextcloud, many of whom were also the founders of OwnCloud, we'll get to that, forked OwnCloud so that they could, the project and the business, so that they could have a free software project and make sure it stays that way. Nextcloud also uses open standards. They've created some of their own standards with other people in the industry, so SyncThing and other sync projects, so that we can interoperate between services. So you can use different file sharing sync services, as you want to move. 1, to extract your data, but 2, if you want to share with somebody else that's using a different service, you can do that. And of course, business contracts. I mentioned enterprise. Some of their customers are very big. They've got the Lawyers Association in Germany. All of their internal documentation that they share with other lawyers apparently is done through Nextcloud. Again, I am not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. I'm not their lawyer. That's the way I understood it. Please don't sue me, right? But they have big contracts with different universities. Most of it's in Europe. But if you're open to it here in the U.S., I'm certain they would love to have more business over here as well. I don't work for them. I'm just a fan, right? Drawbacks: no file path links, just token links. So all those file shares you have, that they just have random strings in them, and they're kind of ugly, and it's hard to file around. Now I can share a top level directory, and then you can file browse up and down within the directory, but then I lose the ability to have turn on and off sharing for different files and directories within it. So it's to me, it's kind of ugly and bulky, the same as all the other ones that I've worked with. So, all right. Some quick history. So they started in Tübingen, Germany, which is important. That's one of the places I went to university. Unfortunately, they started a couple years after I left, so I just missed being on the ground floor. And as a college group, and then they became own cloud, started a company, took in some VC, didn't like the direction that was going. So Frank and Jos and others went through and forked Nextcloud, both as a project and as a company, and started a new company that is going to stay true to free software. So they can make sure that it stays free software down in the future. They're no more open core, all free software. If you want more about that, watch Frank Karliczek's awesome Why I Forked My Own Project, My Own Company. He gave that at Scale 17X. He gave it a bunch of times, but that's one of the places I get to see it in person. All right, places to find me. One in Matrix here this weekend, and then on Mastodon and in IRC. And I suppose I should add my Matrix stuff in there now that I'm doing that. Thank you. And I wanted to bring up the credits page. There's the credit for David Ravoy's Pepper and Carrot image. But here's also a link to Frank's talk at Scale. There's also a link to the store, the company I'm using for my hosting. I'm just using them. I don't get anything back from it. There are plenty of other hosts out there. And then also Nextcloud has a podcast that they've been doing irregular episodes for. And if you're interested in self-hosting in general, one of our sponsors, Jupiter Broadcasting, is a media sponsor for SeaGL, and their self-hosted show is all about self-hosting. 50% of it seems to be about home automation, but there's a lot about self-hosting. So if you're interested in self-hosting your own Nextcloud instance, you might want to look at that. And they've had a couple of different pieces where they've talked specifically about Nextcloud. All right, and then time for questions.
It is time for questions. Rachel asks, what hardware would you recommend for starting out? Something slightly beefier than a Raspberry Pi so that you could get a bit more use out of it.
Raspberry Pi 4. No,
Okay.
something small. If you've got something laying around that's only a few years old, one of the big things I've run into with some of the small factors like NUX and so forth is that you end up with heat problems. But if you're not using your Nextcloud a lot, that probably really won't be an issue. And it doesn't take much. The big thing is if you're storing your pictures on there, make sure you've got enough file space.
Obviously, file space would be like the number one bottleneck. What's the bottleneck after storage space?
I don't know, sorry about that. Because I moved on from there. That was the bottleneck I ran into. I did on the Raspberry Pi. I did run into some CPU issues where it wasn't quite up there it's a PHP stack with a database backend. So it is using a little bit of resources on the backside, but it's for my individual use, it wasn't hitting it very hard.
Gotcha.
If I started hosting my own Collabra, though, that would probably be hitting it pretty hard. And so you'd want to make sure you got CPU and memory to be able to handle the Office suite.
Got it. Joshua says it'd be neat if Brad Fitz and Nextcloud collaborated a bit so that there was a per keep integration.
Brad Fitz for what?
Nextcloud collaborated a little bit so that there was a per keep integration.
Per keep. I'm not familiar with per keep off the top of my head.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. But yes, integrations would be awesome. I know Nextcloud does some of that. So maybe we need to just get them in a room and have them talk for a few minutes.
I actually have a question.
Uh-huh.
How does authentication and authorization work in Nextcloud? Is it and does it integrate with any like SSO, or does it provide SSO stuff?
I believe it does integrate. I was just using the standard authentication, which they were using through their PHP stack
Okay.
when I set it up myself. For the hosting I'm at, I don't know what they're doing on the back end, but they recently announced that they're working with more authentication integrations. What was it that they just announced? They're doing something that I'm not interested in, which is why I forgot about it.
Gotcha.
But yes, they are adding that. Their enterprise customers have SSO, and they want to be able to use their SSO. So Nextcloud needs to support what they bring, essentially.
Okay. It would be really cool if it just was an IDP itself.
Yeah, and I actually I know there's an app that does Google, it does Facebook, it does several others like that. And the nice thing is, what you install on your Raspberry Pi versus what they install at an enterprise customer, it's the same software. So whatever their enterprise people can do, it's all free software. It's in there. You can do that as well if you're willing to pick up whatever knowledge and time it takes in order to figure out how it works.
Cool. It looks like Mousy says there are LDAP and OIDC integrations available in their apps and Nextcloud ecosystems for SAML and other auth plugins, which is definitely what I was asking. So that's awesome.
There we go. See, the crowd knows more than any one of us.
Cool. If anyone else has any questions, now's the last call for live Q&A. I'm sure that you'll be in Matrix, Hans, if anyone had any other questions.
Yes, I will.
Cool.
All right.
But while I'm waiting for people to type, I will call out this track's sponsor, which is Schedules Direct, their gold sponsor this year. Go ahead and check out their room and say hi and say thanks for the track if you liked this talk.
And they've been a sponsor of SeaGL for every year, so thank them for that. And for those of us that do our own DVR stuff, they're an important service. And thanks to Mousy for being one of the people that actually got me to start using Nextcloud a few years ago. So
awesome. I'm going to try it out. I think it looks pretty interesting.
It's awesome.
Okay, I think that we can end it there. Thank you so much, Hans, for speaking, and we will see you at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, track viewers. I'll see you at 2.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Okay, hello, track 3 of SeaGL 2021. Our next speaker is Elior. Elior Sterling is an open source advocate who describes his work as technology harm reduction. Core interests include improving accessibility to technology for marginalized groups of all types, while at the same time reducing the negative impact of technology on society and the environment. He's currently working on a book project and has a YouTube series called Bash the Command Line, where you can learn how to use Bash shell from 0 to advanced in short, easy lessons. Elior goes by he, him pronouns. And today he's going to talk about Nextcloud and developing applications for Nextcloud. Please welcome Elior.
It's going to be about developing apps for Nextcloud, which is a free and open source alternative to your various any individual companies. You guys can figure it out for yourself. I just want to say before I get started that I am absolutely unqualified to give this talk, except that I know PHP, I like Nextcloud, and Nextcloud needs better apps. I want to point that out. If any of you out there have never something that you can't give a talk about it, if you take the time, you know some basics, and you take the time to really study the stuff that you're going to talk about, you can give that talk. I'm confident enough to do this because I've done a lot of talks, and yet I'm still nervous because this is a lot for 20 minutes. Next, all the code in this presentation I'm going to give either comes from the documentation or from Nextcloud itself. You're not going to see any original magical code that comes from me. I'm just organizing it in a different way. It's not plagiarism, it's a fork. So, Grumpy Old Man explains why this is important again. So there's like all these evil bad guys who want your data. They want it for profit, which some people think is, not evil bad guys, but, some of us think that that is also problematic. They want it for power because they can use it to market to you and to make you think the way they want you to think and do things the way they want you to do things. And they want it also to be able to know whether you're doing something secret. And we just keep using the same online tools for all of our shared documents and our shared spreadsheets. And this is one of those things that activists do a lot. They're like, oh yes, we'll all just hop on one of those online doc things that everybody uses that's owned by a company that uses all your data. So only you have the power to make things better. Okay, not like only you, like you, the person sitting over there, more connected in the collective. We have the power to make things better. Most users, when they first see a piece of software, and that's the end of it. So people to this day will say 2001 or something like that, and they compared it to where Word was at the time. Open Office and developers like you, like me, work on these open source projects public, so you see even when we're not all the way done, but come check us out, see how for you to get involved with an open source project, especially if you already know PHP. Contributing to Nextcloud has a very low barrier of entry. This is a great way to play around because you don't have to work on like the core of Nextcloud to be contributing something to Nextcloud. You can write a small little app that does something within Nextcloud that just you or your friends use. Potential employers seem to like to see stuff in your GitHub and GitLab repos. So this is a way for you to build up your, and it's just generally good practice. Also, for those of you who are ready to ditch your employer and start a business or consulting, this is a really great opportunity. You can provide Nextcloud services for small business customers, really help the small business customers to know how to use it or help bridge the gap between whatever tools that they're using now and Nextcloud. And somebody who comes along and does that well could really make a big difference. And it doesn't have to be a huge company. It could just be something that you're doing locally. You can also take contract work for developing that do use Nextcloud internally. And there are some government agencies. I know that Germany in particular uses Nextcloud in government agencies, and they have provided grants for some of the improvements that they want to Nextcloud development environment. Now, I through this VirtualBox, I create myself a virtual machine. I put the server that I want to have on it, and then put all the software that I need to make Nextcloud run. So it's a virtual machine. Why would I put it in a virtual machine instead of just putting it on my bare metal? Well, because I also develop other apps, and sometimes the dependencies of one of these PHP applications is, I've seen this problem between different versions of WordPress when I'm working on WordPress for clients, for instance. So an easy way to use VirtualBox in this way is a tool which is basically just VirtualBox with some nifty configuration files that basically lets you say what you want your virtual machine to be, and then you just give one command and it'll spin it up. So let's say you have lots of different Nextcloud clients, you could set that up with Vagrant, and then every time you're working on a new Nextcloud tool for a different client, you're just working in a different virtual machine environment. The Docker and the Podman, I have these here because they are specifically recommended by the tutorial. The guy who wrote the tutorial for Nextcloud specifically bigs up Podman. But I am old and set in my ways, and I actually tried to make a development environment in Podman, my VirtualBox. So remember, the best tool is often just the one you know. If you're working on your own and learning on your own, use what works. All right. URLs right this minute. I will give you a link later on. Google Nextcloud server on GitHub, and also download Nextcloud, the Nextcloud install. For the instructions -server, they have, you can file or a tarball, you can download a single script that will automatically set everything up for you on a server, or they have a bunch of different appliances, virtual machines, Docker, or you wade into the code. It's really important to read this developer guide, Lab or Bitbucket. Not later, but like when you first start, before you've even written the first bit of code, go to your favorite service, create a repository, and be committed that this is where your code is going to live. Git tags to create new releases. They mentioned that there is a specific problem with GitHub release downloads where it adds an extra folder into, and they have some hints there in that guide up above on how to get around the GitHub release download. After you've created that, go to this form to create the skeleton of your app. This is just going to give you a download to get started. So we don't have a super whole lot of time. And in that skeleton code that they download for you, based with some, it's actually really lovely because you can already start with something to edit. And as a beginner, it makes it a lot easier. So I'm going to take just a couple minutes to give you your first doing. Okay. So the lib-base.php and the basic apps are loaded, the authentication, the file system, and the logging. If the user is authenticated, it loads the remaining apps, the navigation HP for each app, and then it executes the router. So what is routing? Routes, this would be inside your skeleton code. You'll have code like this that you can fill out the details on, right? So here you'd have the URL like nextcloud.mydomain.com /index.php page # index. Right? Route array contains the following parts. It has the URL, it has the name, the controller and the method to call, and the page number index is being mapped to the page controller index. Articles API drop latest would be mapped to articles API controller drop latest. The controller in the example above would be stored in lib-controller page controller.php. Sorry, my notes got in the way. So if you look at this one, route for authors, but I need something specific. It's 3, it might be 4, it might be a word, whatever. So the curl that you're going to be snagging out of the URL, and then the controller ID, and then you can do what you need to do with that in the function. Oh, we're at 14 minutes. I thought we were at 18 minutes. Sorry. So let's actually, since we do have some time, escape. Let me grab the Emacs and make it big. All right. So I want to show you an example. Actually, before we go to the Emacs, let me grab the generate app here and show you what I did. So to generate this application, the form that I told you guys to go to, and I created an app called SeaGL Demo. For reasons I do not understand, the Nextcloud version only goes up to 15. So obviously you're going to have to fix that in the code on your own later. The author's full name and email, the author's homepage. Notice this issue tracker URL right here that you your GitLab or GitHub or Bitbucket Git repository in advance, so that once you've got that repository, grab that URL, and then that's what you put here in the issue tracker URL. And then you give it a category, a summary, and a description, and hit generate and download. And then it will give you, where did it go? SeaGL Demo. All right. Okay, so you can see that right from the start, it gives me a whole bunch of, ready-made code that I can just build off of. We were talking about app info earlier. So this routes.php, you see it has the starting point for those routes. The next thing I have to do is this, and the next thing I have to do is that. Then when you sit down to write a brand new app, and it's so how much time do we have left? 55 seconds. Okay, so I'm not going to go too much back into the code, but again, that's how it looks. I will also on my website at Sustainable Sterling. You can see all of the code for yourself. Let's go back to the slide. And whoops, shoot. How far are we? And I could say goodbye. So 20 minutes is not very long. We're into the app development. There just isn't a whole lot of time to go over. This has encouraged you to take a look, to explore. If you are kind of sort of thing and you want some helps and encouragement, maybe somebody to kind of hold your hand as you're getting into this, feel free to reach out to me. I love mentoring people. Actually, my favorite thing in the whole wide world to do is teaching people stuff that they thought was like scary and hard. So I do some other stuff. You can check out sustainablysterling.com. There is a slides and the code, like I said. There's also with technology and how I got myself out of the wrongness, whatever mistake. And now it's time for questions.
It is time for questions. So me.
So hosting it in terms of running it as an application, I don't think you could run it as an application. There, I've only ever, run it as an application in its own, server, like a server or a VPN or whatever, or sorry, VPS. Too many acronyms. Yeah, but you can absolutely host your own code. You should for sure have your own for whatever you're working on. If you happen to be working on one of the apps that other people are working on, like Deck, then you should have your own one to have pull requests and whatnot. But it's not quite the same thing as hosting the application itself.
I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
So stuff in the pipeline in their GitHub issues for like people to pick up, and is it workable?
So actually, one that I think would be really great for somebody to work on code for the server. There's another repository for Deck that works inside of Nextcloud, and there's a lot that could be done in Deck. There's already a what do you call it? That's the word I was looking for. There's already a roadmap of things and issues. So you can either do bug fixes from the issues, or you can take features from the roadmap that you want to work on. So there's a lot of opportunity to improving the features of it. Because I've met people who won't use Deck, even though make it as fancy as Trello. Thank you.
Awesome. Hello and welcome to track 3 of SeaGL 2021. I hope everyone had fun at the booth crawl. Our next speaker is Georg Link, and he's going to be talking about building and supporting open source communities through metrics. And I will let Georg take it away.
Hi, my name is Georg Link. I want to speak with you about building and supporting open source communities through metrics. When you are in open source, you sometimes might hear a phrase like, we released the new version and it was like magic. No idea how we did this. This speaks to the fact that in open source, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people engaged in a lot of different ways, and we don't always fully understand how in all of this chaos we are getting work done. And we don't always see all the things that are being done. So this is something I want to talk with you about today. My name is Georg Link. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm the director of sales at Bitergia. I'm also a co-founder of the Chaos Project. I'm the lead of the IEEE SA Open Community Advisory Group, and I'm an adjunct at Brandeis University teaching about open source communities. For today, I want to show examples of how data-driven decisions are made for open source communities to improve them and support them. Then we'll go into an overview of how we can think about open source communities so that we can get to metrics and analytics. I come at this from a perspective of open source project health. I define this as the potential to continue developing quality software. So an open source community that has everything it needs to continue developing quality software, that's to me a healthy project. And for this we need to understand what's the health of a community. And through research I found we need 3 things. We need consistent activity in the community, we need good quality code and practices around the code, and we need the necessary resources. So how can that look in practice? When we look at examples for how data-driven decisions are made, I'm going to highlight 3 examples from LibreOffice, Mautic, and OpenShift. For the LibreOffice project, the Document Foundation has a membership model where based on the contributions that you're making, you get certain membership privileges, or you can be a member. And one of the things that the membership committee does, it looks at the activity that contributors do within the project. And for this, what they did not have was translation activity. And so they extended the platform, their dashboard, to actually track what the translation activity is so that it does count towards those membership levels. Another example from Acquia and Mautic is Acquia acquired Mautic and then looked at the data to figure out how can we best support the practices in the Mautic open source community. And this blog post here linked states that teams are becoming more proactive and processes are being established which helps the community to function more efficiently, more effectively. We have seen as a result a significant increase in engagement and have welcomed new contributors to the project as a result. Again, thanks to a dashboard that they put in place, they were able to make those strategic decisions. Another example is from Red Hat for their OpenShift community, where they wanted to understand the ecosystem of OpenShift, which is connected with Kubernetes and many other CNCF projects. And identifying key contributors allowed them to help manage the relationships, identify who can we invite as a speaker, who are the people that are transferring knowledge. So being able to know who those people are and then working with them closely helps them grow the community. So now we have seen 3 examples of how looking at data about open source communities can help us drive decisions. But how do we think about open source communities to have the right mindset and tool set to actually get the metrics we need. Because open source communities are very different. If we look at the Mozilla archetypes, there are 10 different approaches to how communities are set up and managed and governance. And then all of the different communities use different tools. Sure, GitHub and GitLab are some of the most popular options, but then Slack, IRC, Mattermost, Rocket Chat, there are so many different options of what communities choose to use for their day-to-day work. And then how they actually get work done is different as well. To add more, there is a lot more to open source contributions. There's a variety of different ways that contributors engage. Writing code, reviewing code, bug triaging, but also organizing events, managing the finance of a community. There's a lot going on. How do we even manage all that? And then there are different levels within the community. This is the onion model theory, where we can think about, okay, people are coming to the community, they're doing things, and some are more engaged, core contributors, and some are less engaged. So let's talk about how we can think about the different levels of engagement that people have. At the core, we have the core contributors. They are the stewards of the projects, maintainers, the board members, coordinators, most active and usually most visible. They are driving the community. Then we have casual contributors, those that sometimes come and help or even just one time. And they're typically focused on specific needs that they have. They report a bug, they request a feature, ask a question, submit a fix. Around that, we have people who pay attention to what is happening in the community. They might not actually contribute back into the community, but they're contributing outwards. They're taking in what is happening in the community and translate it to their own context. Like an employee at a company who is looking at an open source project to decide, should we be using this or not? And then we have all of the users. This is the largest group of stakeholders. They may never actually introduce themselves. You might not even know how many users you have. You might have a hunch that your open source project has millions of users because you know your project is included in every Linux distribution, but you might never get in touch with them. But having this, thinking about an open source community, having this framework of these different layers helps us think about, are we looking at the whole community and thinking about everyone? Now, of course, people move between the layers. Sometimes they're more active, sometimes less active. And this is not a perfect representation of communities. It just helps us think about the community to make sure we are not forgetting anyone. We already talked about the many different things that our contributors are doing. So let's think about, where are they doing this? Where are contributors actually contributing? On our version control system, issue tracker, change requests, which are pull requests or merge requests, chat, Stack Overflow, wiki. Once we've identified where the community is active, then we can start looking at metrics and analytics. And this is where we formalize the understanding of project health and transfer critical knowledge about the community. Without metrics and analytics, you might have a hunch for how your community is doing, what's going on, but you don't actually have like raw numbers that you can point to and check, is this what's actually happening? So let's think about metrics and analytics and then go into how we can use them to understand activity code and resources. Metrics are a method for measuring something or the result obtained from this measurement. And we have community data, a method to get the metrics. Community data in open source is created incidentally. You know, contributors don't go into open source and say, oh, here's some data about what I'm doing. No. Contributors are contributing, but all their contributions are public. And so we can analyze those contributions, like the Git log, mailing list archives, and so on. However, this contains personal identifiable information, like names and email addresses. So I need to do a little excursion on legal challenges here. Especially when we think about privacy and data protection, we might think about the European General Data Protection Regulation, which is one of the strictest. And if we can figure this one out, we can figure everyone else out fairly easily. At the core is the right of the data subject. In our case, these are our open source contributors. We want to provide them with transparency and with information of what we're doing with their data. And they have the right to be forgotten, restrict processing, and be notified. However, open source is a gray area. GDPR was created for businesses and government organizations. Open source, we already have all of the data public. So, well, but should we not be looking at those? Well, it's a gray area. We need to make a case for why we are doing it. And GDPR still applies. If you are a EU citizen in the EU, then you have those rights. And in open source, we have two ways to get consent. One is opt-in, where we ask everyone, hey, maybe analyze your data. Or opt-out, where we say, well, we have a legitimate interest. If you don't want to be included in our data, then let us know. It is okay for us to say, as stewards of open source communities, we have legitimate interest to help support and sustain our community. So we need to look at the data. So there's a case to be made about opt-out, and because the data is already public, the processing or the rights, no, not the rights, the pain of the data subject is reduced because they already made the data public in the first place. Still, we need to inform our community that we are doing analysis and provide a way to opt out. So the best policy here is just be transparent and communicative with your community about what's going on. That was my excursion on the legal challenges. Let's quickly talk about technical challenges. When we are collecting data from many different data sources where our community is, then we need to do some work with that data. We can get the raw data from APIs, from logs, from archives, but then we need to enrich the data. We need to standardize the date format. We need to change the way that we are working with the data. We also want to manage identities. Like when someone uses a different email address on GitHub versus Stack Overflow, then it would be good to say, hey, this is actually the same person. Also, we might want to calculate metrics. The data might show when an issue is opened, but not how long it has been open. And so we can calculate that metric so we can look at how long our issue is staying open before we close them. And then we need to make the data useful, visualize it, report on it. I'm going to give you an Easter egg here. This is my gift to you. There are open source solutions ready for you to use. These technical challenges have been overcome. And there's a good open source foundation that you can build from. Chaos has Grimoire Lab. Cauldron.io is built on top of Grimoire Lab. Augur is another Chaos project. Apache Kibble is over at the Apache Software Foundation, and then CNCF uses Dev Analytics. Go check them out. I will focus on the Grimoire Lab tool with the examples that I'm going to bring up next. Now, let's talk about understanding open source communities through activity, code, and resources. Now that we've thought about how can we think about our open source communities, where do we get the data, how do we process the data, it's time to actually look at the data to see what we can learn about our communities. Well, one of the things we can look at is activity over time. These are just the raw numbers of commits, of issues opened, of merge requests opened, number of emails sent. Just having a trend and identifying changes over time can give us an idea of things happening in the community. We might find noteworthy points in time. You know, if there's a huge flame war, we might see a lot of activity on a mailing list, but no activity in Git. And that is helpful for us to see, okay, what's going on here? And then dig deeper, especially if we are outside, if we're not in a community. Another thing to look at with regards to activity is active contributors. Here we might bring back the onion model we talked about earlier with core, regular, and casual contributors, where we can take all of the contributions and say the people who've contributed the 80%, so the most active contributors, we consider those core. Following Pareto principle, even though they contribute 80%, it's a small group. Then we can take 15% and then 5% of contributions and see who is in that group. And for the Chaos Project, for example, we can see that yes, the core contributors are the smallest group, even though they contributed the most contributions. So this helps us identify, okay, who are the people in our community who are super important. And then we can look at how consistently are they contributing. Where might we be facing issues in a community that someone important leaves? Now, let's talk about code development. If we're looking at code practices or software development practices, one of the things we might be interested in is how quickly are we responding to issues or pull requests or merge requests, and not just respond to them, but actually resolve them. And we can think of this as a change request, like PR or MR, being created, and then how long until someone acknowledges it. This could be a maintainer, could be someone else, but time to first response. Because if someone comes to your community and wants to give something, contribute something, and there's no response, they're going to forget about it, they're going to go away, they're never going to be engaged again. So that's important. But then also, how long does it actually take to finish the review cycle and make a decision on whether to reject a code change or merge it? Now, with regards to resources, we can look at relationships. Network analysis is one tool we could use here to identify boundary spanners who are connecting our different repositories or different communication channels, and if we have multiple projects, even who are bridging the communities of these different projects. They're the ones transferring knowledge, coordinating efforts. They're the resourceful contributors. So the way this works is we think of, or we model and draw the different people as dots. The contributors are nodes in network theory. And then we have other nodes. We can use rectangles here for like a project or repository or something. And then we draw lines between them if there has been a contribution. And so we can start to think about our open source communities not just as a small project, but actually as part of a bigger ecosystem, like we've seen in the example of the OpenShift and Kubernetes example early on. And it helps us to coordinate and find interdependencies. Here's another example from the Mozilla Foundation that was looking at, Firefox and Thunderbird and what that community looked like to understand the relationships between them. This is the Mozilla and the Rebel Alliance report. I highly recommend check it out. It's super awesome graphics. Now, I've talked a lot about thinking about communities and metrics and tools. This is not all my work. If you really want a community of practice, go over, find the Chaos community. It stands for Community Health Analytics Open Source Software. It's a Linux Foundation project. We co-founded it in 2017 to focus on creating analytics and metrics to help define community health. So a lot of what I've been talking about comes out of conversations from the Chaos community. One of the things that I want to highlight is the goal question metric approach, which says when you start looking at an open source community, figure out what you want to achieve, what you want to accomplish before you start with metrics. With the 3 examples we saw earlier, LibreOffice wanted to have a membership model based on contributions. So they were looking for metrics on contributions. We had Mautic that wanted, or Acquia that wanted to understand the Mautic community to know how best to engage with it and support it now that they bought the company. And for OpenShift, Red Hat wanted to understand the relationships with other communities, understand that ecosystem, and looked for metrics and visualizations that could help them answer questions around this. So always start with goals before you do metrics, otherwise you're drinking from a fire hose of data when you start with metrics. Chaos also has working groups that are defining metrics. So if you're interested in what are the metrics I can use, check out the metrics. And to sum up best practices, follow goal, question, metric approach. Use metrics to tell a story. Don't just do metrics for the metric's sake. And evaluate the usefulness of the metric strategy that you have. Are they actually answering the questions you need to answer to make meaningful decisions and support your open source community? And minimize gaming of metrics. Once you start measuring something, people will start to adjust their behavior accordingly. Just as a side note, be mindful of that. But no matter where you are, start small, get off zero. Don't worry about there's a lot you can do, but just start small with one thing and then improve from there. Now, that's all I wanted to talk to you about. We have seen examples of data-driven decision-making. We have thought about open source communities and how we can use metrics and analytics within that context. I would be happy to connect with you. I'm on LinkedIn, GitHub, Twitter. Here's my email address. And I hope you all have a wonderful SeaGL. And I hope to see you hopefully in person sometime. Until then.
Thank you very much, Georg, for your talk. Any questions for Georg about this talk can be put in the Element channel for the talk. And I'd like to also thank our sponsor, Schedules Direct, for sponsoring this track today. And that is the end of our content in track 3 for day 1. Thank you for coming to SeaGL.